Okay, here we go. It's howdy doody time. Thursday, guys. Thursday night live. Hi, everybody. This is going to be a live video craft show. We're going to do arts and crafts and lots of good things. And we are going to be interacting with the craft with the chat room. And um, so if you're watching this at a later time and you want to zip through the boring parts to get through the fun parts, I invite you to do so. In the meantime, I will be interacting with the chat room because that's how we like to do it. We goof off together and hang out and enjoy the evening. So, without further ado, let's see who's in my room. I'm waiting for some people to come in, so it'll be just a few minutes and then we'll get started. Uh, First off, I wanted to. We are going to work in our glue book. We are going to work in our glue book, and we are going to be making a tag. So I'll go ahead and get my envelope out. We're going to do an envelope tag, and I think they're a hit. I think they're going to be. I think it's going to be a popular new way to do tags with the envelopes. It's going to be interesting to see how everybody decorates theirs. We will be doing this as a group one day. We'll have to pick a day when we want to do it. And we might put out an item list. We can make that list up later. And then we might be able to work on them together with certain items. But I already do it on the show, so it's not hard at all. So we will be setting this aside. This is another journal that I've been working on, and so I think I will probably continue to work in this book after the glue book, and I've got it might be turned into a glue book and a Happy Mail book, probably a variety of little things in there. So while we're waiting on people to get in here, I am going to make a cluster roll. A cluster roll is what I'm calling it. And it's going to be made with paper and lots of other little papers, like clusters, like you make a cluster. And I'm thinking I might be able to use some painty papers. So hi Candy. Hi hun. I'm gonna make a cluster roll, start a cluster roll. And I'm going to show you how to do it. So I'm going to start off with some painty papers. And here it is. I got a book with lots of paper in it that I just need to use up. Hi, Becky. I enjoyed your cards last night. That was so much fun. Um, the little cards that you made up, and I have to say, Becky, of everybody that I watch, your background papers are probably the prettiest. You always do a background paper with a dirty dozen on top of it, and then you cut it up and you use them for different things in your art, which is great. But your papers are always the prettiest. Now, I'm just saying, in my opinion, I think you are. Your tops, they're neat, and then I think it's also when you detail your cards and you trim them in black and then you do a little tiny doodle on them, that really adds class to your cards, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So let me see if I can't share how do I share my face and put it in my hi everybody coming in. Janet's in the house. I think there's a share button. No, it's not there. There it is. So I'm going to share, and I think I copy it. There we go. Bev is live. And maybe a few more girls will come in. Well, hi. Hi, G. Hi, sweetie. Haven't seen you in a while. Hi. Welcome back. Glad to see you this morning or this evening. So, I always hate that you have to push an extra button to post. I usually leave it on there and it never gets posted. So anyway, I'm going to make a snippet roll. You've heard of the jelly rolls and you've heard of the fabric rolls. Well, this is going to be and they're called snippet rolls. Well, I'm going to do a cluster roll. So instead of fabric, it's mostly it can have a little pieces of fabric on it, and I will be having some fibers on it, but it's mostly paper, and I'm going to show you how to make one. So I'm going to look for something. This is my painty papers, and I keep them in a 3-ring binder, and so I'm going to look for something like a cardstock thickness, and these have all been like paper painted on, glued on, stained on, coffee dyed, and I keep them in this book so that I can go through here and look for something and I can find it really fast. And when I want it, I can either tear it out or I can just pull it out. And this is cardstock, so that might be a good piece to work with. And then this piece here is a background drop cloth piece, and it's a piece of a wallpaper. And I think I'm going to start off with these two pieces, and for starters, and I can always go back in here and get anything I want out of this. These are my painty papers, and I've got them in a 3-ring binder, and they're at my fingertips and easy to get to and put away, and without having a big hassle about them all. So those are my painty papers, and I keep them on the shelf, and it's labeled. So anyway, what we're going to do is take some strips, and I'm going to start with I don't know, what is that, a 1-inch, a good 1-inch strip, and I'm not tearing it straight. I'm just tearing it however it tears. No right or wrong in how you tear a piece of paper. And I'm going to make 2 or 3 of these like that. But we're going to make cluster rolls. These are going to be clusters. So then let me get a couple of these. And the holes are extra. Those are bonus features. The holes won't matter. None of that will matter. You'll see. So that's all. That's all I'm going to just tear off right away for now. I won't be able to use all of them. I can save those for next time. So hi everybody coming in. We're going to make cluster rolls. These are different than the snippet rolls. The snippet rolls are with fabrics and lace and ribbons and buttons and pins and safety pins and sewing items and cute things like that. Now that was my interpretation of a snippet roll. I've never made a snippet roll. But anyway, I saw a video yesterday and I thought this would be fun to do, and it's a cluster roll. So you know how we make clusters of fabric and paper and doilies and things on a square little piece, and then we staple it or glue it or pin it or So together, well, we're going to do this on a long strip of paper. And I'm going to get some of this stuff off my desk so you can see what I'm working on. And and you can use a glue stick or your glue. I'm going to try a glue stick uh, for quickness tonight. Family calling. We'll watch later. Okay. Okay, sweetie. Take care. I'll see you soon. I'm glad you stopped in. And last night, in preparing for today, I um, had an empty box, a bead box, and I filled it up with bits of paper. Now, I've got a variety of papers. I've got paper dolls. I don't know. I haven't done. I haven't ever made these before, so anything goes. I've got some extra. These are those little ring protector. They're sticky, but these aren't sticky anymore because they're so old. And I painted some of mine. They're usually a white color, and I painted them in pastel colors. And I'm going to use these on my cluster rolls as well. So I have all kinds of paper. Excuse me. I've got newspaper. I got the funnies from the newspaper. And I got some other text papers down here and some children's books with a little bit of color on it down here as well. And I've got Braille. I've got more children's books with that I tore out of a book. This is some mulberry paper that Candy sent me, and I'm using it, Candy. This was some Happy Mail, and it's a ledger card, and one of you girls gave it to me. I'm going to be using this. These are some ends. They're just end of the edges of some, well, there's painting papers too, but the edges of your textbook pages that didn't have much on the ends. I saved a few of those just for good measure. This is another, some paper. It was probably a book, a children's book. And I inked some of the edges on some of them to get a variety. And this is a coloring page that my mother colored. So I'm going to put my mom on this. Those are her papers. These are dictionary pages that I kind of put some blue ink on those. I've got a little bit of wax paper, scrapbooking paper, Braille, dictionary papers. And some of these dictionary papers have pictures and things like that. So that's good to use. Some more textbook papers that I inked in green. I've got green, pink, or a burgundy and a blue in some of the inkings. Here are some, this is what's it called in the back? The index. This is an index out of the back of a book that has a lot of listings from the book. This is a piece of from a magazine, and it's balloons. So there's a lot of balloons, and I tore them apart so the balloons would show. And then some more all kinds of paper here out of a history book. I think this came out of a history book. So what you do to start out with is you get a strip. And here's my first strip. And I'm just going to start putting some glue down. And we are doing, this is called a cluster roll. And you just start taking your papers and putting them down randomly on your snippet roll or your cluster roll. I'm going to have a hard time memorizing that, but I'll try. So I've got glue on the entire thing, so it'll make it easier and faster to work with, because I know we got a lot of things to do tonight. I want to show you this, And I want to show, I want to do a glue book. I want to do a tag. We got to do a tag. And then I've got a surprise over here. As soon as everybody gets in here, I got a surprise. Is Violet in the house yet? We need Violet. Yes, we do. So anyway, I'm going to put a few more pieces down. I'm going to put some of this down. And some of these are hanging off the edges loosely, and we want that. You want that. You want some of the edges to be showing, some of the things to be flopping around. And you can even continue to tear your pieces even smaller if you think that's what you want. So I've already got a little layer on, and I'm going to just dot my glue stick so I can put some more pieces down. So as you put your pieces down, when we get done, we'll glue it. We'll put another top layer of glue. I think that would be good. And when you have enough on here that you're satisfied with, we can move on to the next strip. But I'm just going to put a few more things down. I got to get Mom on here. Let me get Mom on here. Got to use Mom. And so it looks good with lots of little tiny pieces. Lots of pieces. So I'm covering up the purple glue. This is where a collared glue stick comes in happy and comes in handy, because I can see the purple showing, so I know that that's wet glue. Okay, so it makes it easier for the snippet or for the cluster roll. So here's the first layer of my cluster roll, and what I might do is I can let this dry, and if I wanted to put a little coat of varnish or another piece of glue. I still have some of these to put on yet, so I want them to go down. And then we're going to take it to the sewing machine. So there's more, and there's more. Wait, there's more. So we want the glue to dry first before we go to the sewing machine, because the sewing machine, the needle, we don't want to tear our sewing machine up, right? So we want the glue to kind of be dry. And so here is the start of a cluster roll. So we're going to continue with this, and we can either leave them in the strips, this paper length size, or just get another strip. And I'm going to leave them separate because I think I'm going to be able to store them flat instead of rolling them up. That's my goal. I think I'm going to store them flat in a baggie, in a big baggie. So anyway, I'm going to make one more strip, and then we'll move on. Hi, everybody coming in. We're doing a cluster strips. We're going to give it a new name before it's over with. You finally booked your little vintage sewing machine booked it for a health check. Janet has an old vintage sewing machine that only goes on fast. It only works on fast, and it zooms through. So she's getting it tuned up and maybe get a new electrical cord put on. Great, Janet. That'll be a good investment. And I know it might be a little expensive, but it's a machine that will last and last. I think you'll enjoy having the old machine, and I think you'll enjoy having it fixed no matter the cost. So anyway, this is a cluster strip, and I learned how to do this online. Hi, Melissa. So I'm going to do one more strip to demo, and then we're going to move on. And then I'm going to let these dry, and then before the show ends, I'm going to run the zigzag on it. Okay? So it's all paper. I've got a little bit of mulberry paper on there, and it's a variety of paper that I gathered in my stash. So when you make yours up, you can get you 5, 6 piles in front of you. And I put it in this box because I like to be organized. And that way I can just close it and move it. And I don't have to worry about the mess. So I thought that this box, and I had the box, so why not? So why not? So, anyway, let me do this one now. It's a strip of paper. I'm using painting papers. I'm using text papers, any kind of book paper, history papers, history pictures, um, um, index. This is the index out of the back of a book that I found, and I'm gonna pour it in some little tinier strips. And you randomly lay things down. I like using the purple glue. This is the first time I can say I like this glue, purple glue. Usually I like the clear, but seeing as I don't know where the glue is wet, it's hard to see, and you can see the purple on this. So that's a good thing. I'm going to get some of my mom on here. This is my mom's coloring pages. I'm still using my mother's things, and I think it's awesome that I can continue to do that. It just makes my day happier having her there. So and I took some of my textbook pages, and I inked them, and made them different kind of shapes, and I can't see the glue this because this purple dries. It dries. That's okay. That's okay. And we always have lots of dictionary pages, so we can put some more of that down. And some of it covers up and some of it doesn't, and it's okay. It's okay if it does. We're just doing clusters. And then when this glue dries in just a few minutes before the end of the show, you'll have to help me, remind me now, so I can don't let me forget, so I can run it through the sewing machine. My sewing machine's up, and it stays up. It's behind me, so I can zip it up real fast, and then I can show you the end results of our clusters. Cluster strips. That's what we've got. And you can do as many layers as you want. As many as you want. So I just thought this was fun. And then what you do with this is they're already made up. And then when you get ready to use it in your art, you can just snip you off a piece of your cluster, and your cluster's already pre-made. So that's I think the whole caboodle of it all. Hi, Violet. Yes, I did. I did say your name. So I was thinking that these are paper dolls, and I don't know. I might put one paper doll on it. Don't know. I might as well. I'll try one with one and one without. So I have two cluster strips made up. And this is my cluster box that I made up last night. And I just sat in front of the TV and cut and tear strips of things and put in my box. So I can make lots of clusters here. So I think what I'll do is I'll put this up for our next stream, and we'll make more. We'll make some every time. Okay, Violet's next. Let me put my glue away. I ordered me a shadow box. So this is going to be for Saturday. And these are to dry so that we can use them. We're going to sew them up while they dry. They have to dry. Okay. Well, I ordered me a shadow box. and I wanted to unveil it here. Looky here. So this is a shadow box, and you can get different kinds of shadow boxes. And we're going to do it together. It won't be hard. It'll be easy. It'll be easy peasy. Um, so some some shadow boxes are smaller than this. And I got this bigger size because I know what I want to do. And I got one that has a door on the front so that it opens. And the some of the smaller ones, and they're less expensive without the door on the front. But this door opens, and this is called a hinged shadow box because it's got two hinges. See the hinges here? So that means, oh, it smells like the wood shop. I'm sorry, girls. It smells good, like it just came out of the wood shop. That reminds me of my daddy. So anyway, it's got little magnets on it. Hi, Christy. And you open it up, and it's got this little cork board back here, and we're going to put my lace in here, and it just so happens to come with four little push pins. And I do have some push pins that are this size, but I don't know where they are right at the moment. But that doesn't mean I won't come across them before the weekend. So I don't need this. It is a cute picture. I'll put it in my stash of recycles. So we might recycle that. So anyway, this will hang on the wall in either direction. It'll hang from rectangle up and down or landscape size, okay? And then the door would either fold out or up, depending on the direction you hang it. So I've got two or three, I've got several of these boxes, and I use them in my bedroom, and I've showed it before. Remind me someday, some other day. I've got so many things I want to show you tonight to bring out one of my bracelet boxes off the wall. I've got 3 or 4 bracelet boxes where I hang my bracelets because that's what I usually make with my beads is bracelets. But anyway, I bought this so that we can work on this together, and I will be have to clean, the glass, but I can still do that when we're done. Because it opens from the front. Okay, so and you know what? That's not even glass. The other ones I have are glass. Okay, Janet. Next time. But today, and I think, Violet, you sent me some more doilies. You sent me some doilies that I use in my bedroom, and I haven't used these yet. So I think Violet made me these too. They're just right up her alley. So I've got 2 big hearts and 2 little hearts. Aren't those precious? She does a wonderful job. Violet, thank you so much for these. And I've got two round doilies that are all ruffled, and they're in there under my lamps on each side of my bed. Someday I'll have to do a walkthrough. That'll give me an incentive to get my bedroom all cleaned up. You don't remember doing these? Well, I blamed them on you. I'm giving you credit because I don't recall doing I don't know where I got them from, but I just found them 10 minutes ago. But I do know that you made me this one. So this is going to go down first in my shadow box. Need to blow the fuzz out of it. I just opened this. I just got it in the mail Joe just brought it in. It was on the porch. So you all can help me and boss me around and tell me where to put this. If I should put it directly in the middle, and this is like cork board, but they're so pretty. And I used to use doilies and everything on my end tables in the living room and everything, but down here in Florida, I just don't do doilies too many out. It's more country and more beachy down here. But at home, I did. I used these kind of things in my living room because it was all Victorian style. Yes, that's right. That's right. This was Violet. I labeled it, and it's a good thing I did. No, I knew she made, and then I have some more that I can put around, and I want to hang my sand dollar, and I thought about putting it in the corner and letting it rest on the bottom of the box. So you guys can help me, and this is something that I can continue to add to as I make some things. Um, I know I have made a lot of things, and but if I make something that's really really pretty, you know, and and will go with this set, that's what I want to do. So anyway, here's a couple of more. This would be cute like this maybe. So if you have any ideas, I have absolutely no decorating skills at all, but I'm going to try to lay it out, and then you can tell me what I need to move around. But my idea was to put the sand dollar in the corner down here, resting on the wood, and then I can hang it. I can still use the knot, the string that's on here, to secure it up with a pin. And I do have some sewing pins that I can use. So it's going to be hanging up like that. And then I will be putting, I've got these pearl pins. I've got a whole pack of these. And for the life of me, I don't know where I put the package of them. I have a package of these, and I don't know where they are. But anyway, it'll go into the cork board nicely, and I can once I find my pins, I'll get them. But I bought these pearl pins for dangles. That's how I made Lisa's glue dangle in her glue bottle. So anyway, here's a few more, and I wanna leave these hearts showing, so I can maybe put these along the edges maybe. And I still have my angel. This is my mother's angel, and I want to use her. So we can have her hanging in the middle, hanging from the top, or sitting in the other corner. So I don't know. Okay, I'm going to try read now. In this, okay, I'll check my sewing box. Hi, Deborah Brown. Hi, everybody. We're doing a shadow box. Black velvet. You think I should put some black velvet down on the back? I can do that. I can't do it today. Um, but I could, I can, next time I go out, I can get me some velvet. I have to buy me some velvet. Sherry, hi Sherry. Hi Cheryl, everybody. I know I haven't said hi to everybody. Teresa, how you doing, Teresa? Teresa's gonna be sad all day because her daughter went back home. Or dark blue. Okay. Well, since they're just put in with push pins, I'm gonna go ahead and make it up today, and then when I get my fabric, I'll I'll change it out. What about a silk? I might have a silk scarf. This is why I wanted some of my mom's clothing. I didn't get to go through her clothes. She had a lot of silky things and that would be pretty on the background. One of her scarves. I'll have to look to see. I think I do have a couple of her scarves, and if I don't have hers, it might be my great aunt. I might have some of her scarves. Did my mom have a favorite color? You know, my sister always had pink and purple, and I always had to have blue when I was little. And so I had blue, and then mom always picked yellow and green. But I really don't think there is a favorite because we change things out. I have red felt, and I have white felt. I think white would be too white. But anyway, let me put these down. These are so cute. These just look like a piece of bread. I'm hungry. Can you tell? So, so anyway, you all tell me where to put these. I love this turquoisey, and there's a strawberry. Now my grandmother always did this. She did strawberries a lot. I watched her do doilies and crochet strawberries. She made me some strawberries as a young lady. So so what do you think? And then I have a little four leaf, and the four leaf clover is my mom. Oh my gosh. She was always finding four leaf clovers. She If anybody could find a four leaf clover, my mother could do it. And I still to this day look for four leaf clovers when I'm in a patch. So how should I do this? But I'll get a background and I'll go look for my scarves and I'll press them. I know there's some in my drawer, but I'd have to iron it and everything. Oh, I do have black. Okay, Violet, I do have black paper. It came from my mom's. Everything's come from my mom. I inherited all her crafting supplies. We could put black paper down in here. It fits perfectly. One moment, please. I don't want to lose all my little pens. But sewing pins would be cute too if they're color coordinated with the doilies. So I could use colored pins. I'm going to blow this out real quick. That firebird's flying. It came straight from the warehouse. Top center for the angel. Okay. And I don't have to hang it. I can put this down and put a pin through her to the cork. So she doesn't have to be hanging. You don't if you need since we're it's a small space and we want to utilize our space, I can put a pin in her head. Okay, great. It's really going to make it pop. And this is what it's going to look like when it's closed. I picked a wood grain uh, frame. This is the first time I've gotten this wood grain, and it is very pretty. And my other frames are brown, country brown looking. Okay. Angel on top. And then this has to go in the middle, I guess. And I can have the hearts from the left to the right or to the right to the left. Okay. You can really see the detailing in the stitchings. And it makes it sweet looking. And when we get finished placing everything, the pins will hold the paper down. They are beautiful. So I sort of had this guy down here. And I don't even have to have the string showing on this one. What I can do is put the push pins around to hold it secure. I can angle the pins and lock it down to whichever side I want to put it on. So I don't even have to have that string on there. I can cut it off. That's a good idea, Teresa. Um, I think I'm going to go with the black for right now. Okay, okay, Becky. I'm going to go with the black today. And if we, I understood your Taiwanese, Teresa. I understood it. I knew what you meant. But I think the little colored things look cute too. Big, big, big. Triangle, triangle. They're so cute. You know, if I had a little girl, these would go in her Barbie set and used for little rugs for their little floors for the doll houses. That was what I'd be using that one for. I can't decide. I still have my 4-leaf clover, and I could double some of them up even. I could make clusters. Ooh! Crochet clusters. Wow, that just came to me. Look at this. Perfect. Perfect. We can do clusters. Oh, I love it, guys. I am so goofy. I am the goofiest person I know. And then I have these, and I don't know where I got them. I blamed them on uh, on Violet. But you know what? Somebody gave them to me. And maybe I bought them at the secondhand store, but I don't remember. I could have bought them. I could have bought them. I know they sell them. So anyway, the only one I haven't used is the heart. And let's see if I can't put one down here under this. If that, I don't know if you can tell. I don't think it looks good that way. I think it would look better with something colored. And the thing about this is we can move it away. That's right, Violet. We see. I'm thinking that I will be able to do this, change it around when I receive different things, and or if I make some. See, I might go through. I could do something like holidays. Let me get this down here. If if I did something like holidays, I could do the 4th of July and decorate it for the season. Hi, Mary. It's a shadow box, and I'm decorating it, and I'm trying to get some ideas from you girls. So something like that would be cute. And of course, I did some of my felting things. I felt it. I could add some of my felting things to it, like my seahorse, and I felted the heart. My sister made this. This is Christmas. I could do it for Christmas. Uh huh. What else have I got over here? I got all kinds of things. Okay. All right. I'm going to pin them down then. Let's see. I think I'm going to hide the strings on the back. Here's the first one. I made a cluster. Go back to see him. Oh, okay. You go back to the doctor on the 10th. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Teresa has to rest her hand. She's not allowed to do a lot of work. Uh, any other loving suggestions? Hi, Melissa. Oh, I've got a catalog today, Melissa. I got to show you. Wait till you see my new catalog. And I have a baggie of these little push pins somewhere, and I'll find them. I'll find them. They're in a jar. I know where they are. They're here. They're here somewhere. I'll find them. But I got these big pearl ones, and they're cute. And you see, I've got some collared pins, and they might go good with the collared items. You can't really see them, so that's a good. It's good to have collars. Yeah, they're in a safe spot, and I put them together because I used them. I put them together because I used them and I took it down. Oh well, we'll find them. So, um, I guess that's all I'm going to put in it for now. I can't decide. How's it look? Let me shut the door. missed a couple. And they've got little tiny little magnets right here and right here. So when it closes, it's got a magnet in it. So I can open it up and get back into it. But I've got a box in there in my bedroom, and they are of my bracelets, and I can get into it every time I need a bracelet. I can get right into it. I have them color coded, and then I can pick a bracelet to wear, and voila. So one more there, and one more here. Yeah, I kind of like the colored pins. Okay, there it is. And I will have to dust it real good. It's got a lot of burlap fibers on where it was packed. But this is not even glass. It's a piece of plastic. Let me take a picture of it. I'll show it to you. Oh my gosh, you can see the cross in my window. You all might like that. I got it's either the cross in the window or the ceiling fan. Let me try it in another position here. Well, if I'm not getting one thing, I'm getting another. Let's try this. Okay, there it is. That doesn't do it justice, though. That doesn't do it justice. There, that one's kind of cute. Okay, I've played enough with that. Let's see, it's quarter after 7. Oh, let me show you some of my happy mail that I got, and then we'll do the tag. And we're still letting our cluster strips dry. We're going to sew on these. The glue is almost dry. The glue is almost dry. And we're going to show those off here in a few minutes too. Because you zigzag on them with your sewing machine. Okay, here's our tags, but I wanted to show you this. I got a new catalog in the mail today. Look, Melissa. Look, Melissa. Teresa's cooking dinner. Okay, sweetheart. This is a catalog, and it's a Western catalog for Western clothes, for clothes, uh, country style clothes. But the front of it has horses on it. So this is going to be a focal point in something tonight. We're going to put a horse. You know what? I need to paint these horses. Okay, it's called. Everybody get your pencils out. This is what it's called. It's called Back in the Saddle. And it's called backinthesaddle.com. So write backinthesaddle.com down and go to the website and order your free catalog. Go to the website, Back in the Saddle. It's a free catalog. And I haven't really looked in and to see uh, how their prices are. But you know, winter clothing and long sleeve clothing and blue jean and flannel is a little bit more expensive. Thank you, Janet. It's backinthesaddle.com. Okay. Okay, Melissa, I will. I will. And I'll write down the directions again for you. But anyway, there is a couple of girls in here for our Power Woman book. Here's a Power Woman book. Isn't that cute for a Power Woman? There's another one. Look at those fringed boots. There's another one. She's cute. And then there's a picture of a horse. So we can use that. We might have to use that in something. I want to paint this guy. So let's see. There was another one. Oh, she's cute too. Power Woman, Western girl. So isn't that fun? There's another some more girls. So backinthesaddle.com. Cute things. I love the wings on the shirt. Oh, let's see. I guess you can choose which wings. No, this is the front and this is the back. Front and back wings. That's worth it. That's got some heavy seam binding around the neck on it. That's well made. Very made. I can tell by looking at it. It's not a it's done in style. Okay, so there's my catalog. And then I found this. This was in our mail. BJ's is a type of place to buy uh, uh, in bulk, like Sam's Club. It's a BJ's Club, but I liked the tint to use in my art. Okay, so let's go into a tag. Thank you, Janet. And so I don't know. I just accidentally pulled out 2 envelopes. Oops. So I guess we get to make 2 tags. And I found this in my stash over here in the closet. And it's kind of got some beachy stuff in it. And I thought, well, it's got some stickers on it. There's a whale. There's another whale. Actually, that's a shark. He's a friendly shark. And then there's some little stars and things. So maybe we could do one under the sea. And here's a button of a fish. And here's a beauty queen on the beach. And I've got some of that mulberry that Candy gave me. That would be cool. Make a beach one, a beach tag. A Bethy envelope tag. Woohoo! And you know what? We might even have to put a little piece of burlap, put a piece of rug on it. Wouldn't that be cute? Just a little piece. Make it look like a rope or something nautical. All right, let me look down in here and see what else I got. I need some beachy stuff. And look here. I've got some fairy things. We'll do one in the beach and one in a garden. Look at the fairies I got. I gave a lot of these away, and I think I saved these for somebody if somebody didn't get any. So we'll use them on our tag. We'll do one for the ocean and one in the garden, and we'll double up and see what we can do. We could put a bird. He would look cute in the garden. This is kind of beachy looking. This is all Happy Mail stuff. This is a piece of painting paper that I did. I think I did that. And here's a piece of blue for ocean water. And I've got some of the mulberry fabric. And I've got it right here. It's right here. Right here. Some of this on the beach. I love this stuff. I am really tearing into it. I'm really tearing into it. You'll have to tell me where you got this, Candy. This might be something I might have to buy to get more of. I like to use galls. If you've never bought in galls, I'll show you what it looks like. That's already stained with color. But you can buy this cheesecloth galls at Walmart. I think I got it at Walmart, or might have been at a craft shop. But this is called cheesecloth. It's for crafting and household use. And you can dust with it. A lot of people dust with their cheesecloth because it's got a lot of holes in it, and it picks up the fibers, and it's soft to dust with. And it comes on a pretty good roll, so it goes a long ways. I've been using this for a whole year, and I think it'll last me a long time. And I do like using it in my art. But it's called cheesecloth. And I think it was just maybe $3 or $4. I don't think it was that much. But you could do crafts with it. There's a ghost. You can polish with it. You can polish your car with it. You can also use it in cooking. Some things calls for cheesecloth to strain and to do tea with, and to do the potpourri. You can put potpourri in it and then steep it in hot water, and then you take it out, and you can either reuse it, or throw it away. But there's lots of things to do with an Oriental art supply in California. Okay, you can tell me the name. Is that what it's called, Oriental art supply? Because I will look that up. We're writing that one down. Different colors. There's white and there's black. I don't know why I don't use this stuff. I forget. I have it. There's purple, green. It's a rainbow, and it's all mulberry paper. You can see the fibers in it. You can see the strings in it. That's called mulberry paper. I think that's what they call it. Matt Stacks mulberry. And this came from I have no idea where it came from. I don't know. I don't know where it came from. Okay. It's in Irvine, California. I know where Irvine is. Somebody lives in Irvine in my group. Oh, you go there in person when you visit your brother. Wow. Well, good, Candy. Woohoo, bonus. So anyway, I do have some other mulberry papers, and we'll get to those. So anyway, I think I have enough for today, and I did. Um, the last time I used my cheesecloth, I I stained it, made some, and I used brown paint. And so I did I dropped this in some a bowl of water with brown tan paint in it, and I've got some sparkles in it. I probably used some kind of a paint that had a sparkle to it, like this. Ooh, I might use that on my tag. And I'm finding all kinds of good things. So and I might have put just a tad of glue because this stuff kind of falls apart after, like this is really falling apart. And if you put just a touch of glue in it, but oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty on your artwork. So we're definitely going to use some of this, and I might use some of the white for the waves. And let's just get, oh, look at that. That's got glitter on it. That's, somebody sent me that. We're going to use that. So, uh-oh, you lost us. Uh, are you there now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, I made a shell wreath, and I used this on the shell wreath. I did. Okay. I must have had a little glitch. Don't know. There's been a lot of storms going around, and we have had a lot of thunder in around us, and it did rain here earlier today. So anyway, I'm going to just focus on the beach one right now because I think I'm getting too much going. And I do want to use a corner of this. I might even have a little strip here. I think I saved a recycled piece. Look, I got a recycled piece. So I'll use that, save that for something else. Using what we got. It's amazing what we have on our desk. Janet's got to do dinner too. Okay, honey. I'm going to build it. I'm going to build the beach tag. But I do want to use one of these birds on the other one. So I'm just going to get it out. While I'm here. And then I can put this away. Clean my desk off a little bit. Teresa gave me these. These are really, really nice. And I'm using them. I'm really using them. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and paint my envelope first. And I think I'm going to try to use this. Glitter is everywhere, guys. We are glitter friendly in this house. I do have a piece of wax paper down here. But this paper, I thought it was on the paper, but I guess I don't know where the glitter came from. Unless it came off of this, which is a possibility. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and I'm going to paint my envelope first. And give me a little room here. We don't care if there's glitter. We'll let the glitter ride. And then this other little envelope, I'm going to go ahead and paint it green because we're going to do a garden a garden look on it. So I'll get a little green out, and I'm going to get this one on blue. Oop, there it comes. And I am going to use just a tiny bit of gesso. One little plop. And that'll make it lighter and stronger. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go ahead and get some of my Nuvo out so I won't forget. I've got, I'm going to get the almond. This is almond because I don't have blue Nuvo yet. And I'm just going to get a paintbrush. And I got clean paint water over here. So we're making a couple of tags. I like this blue streaked. That looks good. Put a little bit of leftovers on the back so it won't be left out. The back doesn't have to be as dark as the front. We can do this. And I'm thinking about changing the direction of my waves here. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry. And I'll paint this one while we're at it. So everybody doing okay in the chat room? Did Cheryl make it back? She said she lost me. Happy birthday, Lisa. Is she still here? She did a little impromptu and I didn't get to come in. Too busy getting ready for this. Gonna let that dry. Candy's back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, Cheryl. Okay, good. I didn't lose contact that I know of, Cheryl, so it must have been something in the air. We'll blame it on the internet. So I'm going to let that dry for just a minute. And I do love this. We're going to try to do 2 tags, one in beach. This could be sand. That could be pretty sand. This could be the sand. And but this is just cheesecloth, and I made it last year, and I think I put it. It was all water and brown paint, and I think I added a little bit of school glue to the water. That way, when it dries, it gives it a little bit of a stiffness. That's the only thing I think I did that so that it would hold the glitter. It was something like that. But anyway, I'm going to trim me off a piece of this. I don't need a whole lot of it. Just a little bit. And it's glittery. It's a glittery. It's everywhere, and that's fine. I'm not going to worry about the glitter everywhere. And I'm pulling it apart a little bit because it's like 3 layers of it here. There's 3 layers, so I only need 1 layer. I think would do it. We can't put too much on the tag. We got because we're going to be mailing it, and it's so this is our tag, and I'm going to put a little piece of this on the bottom for the sand, and I've got some glue here I want to use. Okay. So I'll put that down. And woohoo! Woohoo! I've got these little tiny shells in here. I need a lid. I need to borrow my snippet lid. This is my this is my little tray. I found that it's perfect for my desk, and I can pour things out of the baggie on in here without it going everywhere. So I have tiny, tiny little things in here. I've got some. This was when I made Lisa's uh, mermaid book, and everybody sent me some items. So these were leftover items. So we're going to use that on the tag, and I'm going to put it under the sand, in the sand, and then I'm going to put the sand on top of that. I'll put some underneath and some on top. That's what I'll do. And here's a little seashell. Oh, it's a sticker. Oh, but it's not sticky. No, it's not a sticker. It was another seashell on the back of it. Okay, hang on. I got excited. I got little seahorse I can use. I got a girl I can use laying on the beach. There's a jellyfish, another fish, and real shells. I've got real seashells. So I'm going to look for the flattest ones to put on my thing. If they're real flat, so that I know they won't come off. Real seashells. They're beads. They were beads. I think Sharon Lombard gave me those beads, the shell beads. And then we've already got some sea quotes. Get some of my sea quotes out. I've got a few of these left over. Escape to the beach. I need my vitamin C. Okay, that's good. There's a piece of blue paper. Okay, this was a piece of border off of a napkin, okay? And it came from a blue napkin, and it probably had a mermaid on it or something. And this was just a piece of leftover napkin, okay? One side has got a little bit of whiting on the back, and it's probably double layered. So I'm going to see if I can't get that off. And we're going to use this little piece. I'm going to twist it like a piece of ribbon. I know I'm not watching chat very much because I'm creating. I'm in my element right now. This is my happy place. This is my happy place. Let me try a piece of tape. That's the end of this roll, but it still has one little strip around the base of it. So I'm using it little by little. Waste not, want not, guys. Y'all know how to do that? I guess I gotta have two pieces. It's not coming off. Okay. So we're not gonna worry about that. So what I'm gonna do now is take this blue piece and I'm gonna twist it. And I'm going to put it on the paper, and it's going to look like a wave or something, like, or the horizon. Ooh, the horizon. So we'll put some glue down on my tag, and we're going to put this down. This could be the horizon, like that. And then I'm going to end up putting some more, putting this gauze down on top of the sand, on top of the shells. The shells will be behind this in the sand. They're in the sand. And then I'm going to use a piece of white. Are y'all with me? Am I going too fast? Got blue yet to use. I'm going to use a piece of this white. And I want it to be kind of raggedy. And this is going to be the waves. So I'll put it on and double it up a little bit to make it look like the waves. And these frayed edges, I'm kind of like zigzagging it on here, folding it back down to make it look like waves. And it's sticky. It's sticky. It's glue. And then I've got some more water. And we've got fishies to put down, so I'm going to put some of those down. And it'll go underneath this blue gauze. There's a dolphin. We'll put it up underneath, on top of the water, because he's jumping out, right? And a jellyfish. And then this little blue gauze will go right on top of that in little pieces because it's wavy. It's wavy ocean, right? And I might have to put a fish on top. Can't see those underneath, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to put a couple of more on top. I've got a seahorse and another dolphin. I'll put a seahorse on there. That'll work. We'll put something on there. We're making it. That's good. And then something in the sky. Of course, we're going to put our saying up here. What did you all want to say? And I'm going to put an eyelet, and a tassel. So you tell me which one you want to put on the beach tag. This is what we've got so far. And everything's real lightweight, tip napkin, uh, the gauze is all lightweight. So you tell me, escape to the beach, breathe the sea, breathe in the ocean, I need my vitamin C, beach fixes everything. You want a chair? Seize the day. I love sandy toes and salty kisses. Beach, please. Escape to the beach. I need my vitamin C. Beach fixes everything. Let the sea set you free. Seize the day. By the beautiful sea, beside the seaside, an ocean breeze puts a mind to ease. Dream in color borrowed from the sea. Happiness comes in waves. Life's a beach. Enjoy the waves. Beach more, worry less. Take me to the beach. Beach, please. We've got Cheryl wants a chair. I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into that. And the beach fixes everything. Escape to the beach. I could put a couple on the back. Escape to the beach. The beach fixes everything. We got room. And that way I won't have to put so much in the sky. I put extra words. And let the sea set you free. Let the sea set you free. Okay. Happiness comes in waves. Okay. We can do that, Minnie. Happiness comes in waves. I will put a couple of these on the back side of our tag. And I can also put them inside because it's an envelope, right? And we've got inside to put some surprises in. Life's a beach. So that won't be a problem. That won't be a problem. So this will be cute just to put inside. I gotta dry this. It's really, really moist from the paint and the glue. So let me put a little bit of drying onto it. Okay. Here's a sun and here's a frog for the other tag. I'm having too much fun, guys. The beach is Melissa's favorite place. Oh. Okay. Dinner is served. Woohoo! Janet, whip it up, and sling it out. Very good. So here's our beach tag so far. And I'm going to just take the round part. I'm not going to cut out those little things. That'll be too much. I can't. I just can't fussy cut them all out right now. It'd take me all night. But we can put a little bit of sunshine up here. And I'm going to save this frog for our fairy garden. And I might be able to color the background without having to fussy cut him out. And these are some other sayings. And we can maybe use this on the fairy card. It says these were encouraging words from a teacher to students, and I used this in my Sunday school class to my kids. And I would make them little things, and I would put these things on them. It says, "You're a star student. You shine." Now we're going to think of the garden one now. That's going to have fairies on it. You shine. That might be a good one. I'm proud of you. You're special. You're unique. I believe in you. You made my day. You are so helpful. You brighten my day. You have a great attitude. Keep up the good work. You're a shining star. And we might be able to use either that one or the other one. You shine. And put a star in the garden. And it says, "You're so talented. You amaze me. You are incredible. You are so kind. You are so thoughtful. You are a joy to be around. You're number one." So you all can think about those for the garden tag. And it's going to have fairies and a garden in it. We're going to do that one in a minute. Okay, so I used that. I don't think I need any more of that. I did that. We're going. I think we're done with this tag for the most place. It says greetings from the seaside. I'm going to put that. It's real tiny, and I'm going to put that on the beach down here. I made some ACT cards a year ago, and I put all of these little elements on my ACT cards. Some of you all may have remembered that. Do any of y'all remember this? The little, and I put seize the day, and then I had greetings from the seaside on it, and they were ACT cards. Okay, so I'm going to put some of this away because we didn't get to use any of the mulberry paper, but I will use it in the garden. How about that? We'll save that one for the garden because I used the colored galls. I've got brown, white, and blue galls and a little piece of napkin. Didn't use those. Just looking for some other things. Oh, there's some bling. We got bling. Shall we use some bling? Sure. Let's use a little bling. There might be some glistening waves. Put it in the water. I think that was two. That one's going to be reject. It was. Get back here. Give it up. And I could even sprinkle some beads on here. You know I like my beads. Okay, so I'm going to take our little signs and I'm going to ink them in blue. I got some blue. We can ink them. This one says escape to the beach. And what we don't want, what we can't put on the front, we'll put on the back. And I'm tearing off most of the paper if I can. The beach fixes everything. And I'm thinking Life's the Beach needs to go on the front because it's a little one. Life's the Beach. And then happiness comes in waves. And we'll put these two on the front after I ink them. And that'll fill up our tag. Is everybody doing okay? I feel like I'm neglecting you because I'm running around. Let the sea set you free. We'll put it on the back. And maybe there's a big sticker. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I know I can get a I've got a button. We could put a shell button on there. Let me get it open. How do I get them open? How do I get them open? Using up my beachy things. Somebody sent me the buttons. These came from you guys. Sharon Lombard, Lisa, and Becky. And I had a few other little girls in the group that uh, sent me some things for this too. I found another little tiny seashell I'm going to put on the galls on the beach. In the surf. Put the sun on. This is so cute, guys. Oh, I forgot to ink it. We get. It's not too late. It's already got glue on it, but it's not too late. There we go. There we go. So I've got Life's a Beach and Happiness Comes in Waves for the front. Cute, cute, cute. It's a cute tag. I've had a couple of girls talking about they're sending their tags. They're in the mail today. So I think if you were to get your tags in the mail by the weekend, you should be sitting pretty. And I think I will ink the edges of the tag as well. As well. All right, we'll put a little tassel, and on the back, this is a button shank, okay? And I think I'm trying to decide how I want to do it. Um, I can cut the shank off and glue it on, and then put another eyelet on this part, and it can wrap around the button. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Is everybody doing okay? I'm gonna get my little crocodile out or whatever this. Ooh, these have got to go to a protected place. Or you can dangle it from the top of the envelope. Well, I could dangle it from the tag. Yeah. I've got another one. I've got another shell. I've got a couple of more shells here. Uh, I can dangle it, and then let me go ahead and put my eyelids in. I want a big eyelet on top. I'm going to use silver. Actually, it's silver and black. So I'm going to use my hole punch. I'm not a big expert on these things, but I do have it, so I should know how to use it, right? There's one, and I'm going to put one over here. Because we can. We can do it. And I'll put a silver one on the back. So, you put the eyelet in the hole, and then you put the eyelet on the little one. That was the little one. Okay. And then you put the hole in the little hole and you squeeze. And then you have an eyelet on your paper. Now it took me several times to figure out how to do it. And sometimes when I did it, I couldn't get the back down flat enough. And like right here, it's on there okay, but it's kind of rough with my fingers. So I've got some little pliers, little flat pliers, and I can squeeze that and flatten it down just a little bit more so that it doesn't catch your fingers, and just enough. These are for looks. These are for paper, and they're for looks, and they're not real strong like you would see them on your clothing. And I've got clothing brads, and they're like they're metal. They're really heavy steel, uh, because they're going to withhold, like on blue jeans, they're going to go through washings and washing machine and dryers and stuff. Where these are just for looks, for the for your art. So I've got one here for this one, and if anybody needs any directions on how to do their eyelets, I would be glad to go over that with you sometime in detail. So I'm just trying to get through the night right now. So I've got that eyelet on there, and it looks really nice. Looks really cool. So I'm going to leave it out for the garden tag, and you want to dangle that. I think I am just going to use embroidery thread on this one, because these have to go into the mail, through the mail, and I want them to be able to go through the mail. So I'm going to use a variety of blues, different shades of blues for my tags. And I could put a little bit of a yellow in there since there's a little bit of yellow on the beach, just for accent. And I'm going to use light and dark blues, make it a nautical theme. And I want a dark blue. So that'll be our tassel. And I'm going to twirl my tassel and poke it through the hole. And tie a knot in it. Close to the neck. This is cute. Cute, cute. And then you suggested me dangling the button. I could even glue it in onto the I don't know about the dangle part. And then I want to trim this, and I want to do another little tassel for the back hole. So I'm going to twist it so that I can get it through the hole. See how lucky I'm going to be, and I'm not going to be lucky, so I'm going to put some glue on the end of my, I put glue on the end of my tassels, and it's just embroidery thread, and I'm twisting it into a point till it dries. And it's already dried. It's real dry. It's not all the way dry, but it's almost dry. And that is my needle to go through my eyelet. If you can't get all the little yarns together. And then I'm just going to tie this in a knot. And this is going to be my closure for the back. So I tied it in a knot, and I'm going to cut the glue part off. This was the glue part. I cut it off. And then I'm going to put my button on the back like I wanted to do. And I'm going to glue this button on, and I'm going to push it through the envelope. We'll make a little hole. I can use I guess I could use my needle. And I want my button to go right here. So I'm going to start a little hole or tear a little hole here so that the shank of my button will go through. And that's where that button is going to be. And I'm going to glue it down. But I don't want to glue it. I need to put a piece of fabric underneath it so that it'll stay up. I could even use some thread. Here's a little trick. And the only way I can describe this is I want the button to be raised up off of the envelope. And I want to be able to wrap my closure threads around the button for a closure. So I'm wrapping some embroidery thread around the shank of the button, and I'm gluing it down as I go. Because it's going to let the button stay up from the envelope. It's going to create a layer there so that when it glues to the paper, this outer portion right here will not be glued to the paper, just the middle part. And then my string from my closure will go around the button. That's the only way I can describe it. So I am uh, going to I'm going to glue it in now. I'm putting the shank in the hole. And I'm going to have to and so it raises it up. Okay, it's raising it up. It's like a spacer bead or a washer or something. And I'm going to let this dry. Okay, I'm going to leave it alone and let it dry. So when I close that, there's enough space under that button to wrap this string around to close it. So anyway, there is my beach tag. I am going to put some more messages on the back, but right now they're going into the envelope. And I think there's one more. Let this sea set you free. I'm going to glue those on the back here, but I'm going to let this dry. So I'm going to leave it over here, and we'll tend to this at the very end of the show with my cluster strips. Remember, we got our cluster strips that I made at the beginning of the show. And I want to sew them as soon as they're dry. And I think they are dry. So anyway, I'm going to lay that button to dry because I want it to dry. Okay, now, while I'm in here, I'm going to go ahead and get me some string out and make a tassel for my garden tag. So let's do this. It doesn't matter which way. So I'm going to put me a tag in on the top over here. And I have to figure out how I want to do the tag on the back, and I could use a button. So I'm going to go with a gold tone on this one because we've got a gold bird that we're going to be putting in the garden. This is going to have a bird. And so I've got some gold eyelets here I can use. This is so much fun, guys. So much fun. And I'm glad I'm doing another extra tag because I don't know if I'll have enough envelope tags for everybody, but my goal is to have a few envelope tags to at least a few of you will receive a tag. So I'm going to flip this over, and you put the pretty side down on the crocodile, and then you put the hole over the eyelet, and then you squeeze. And there's our eyelet for this one, and I'm going to use my little pliers just in case, because it feels just a tad loose, and that did it. And we'll do one more in the flap. There's the pretty side. Put it in the hole. Put it inside of my crocodile. I'll use the small one. So I'll put it on here. Like that. Put my envelope on top of that and squeeze. And it did good. And I'll just reinforce a little bit more with these pliers, just in case. And that's perfect. So I've already got my eyelets on here. Okay. So now we're going to decorate the fairy tag. So I'm definitely going to use the gold bird. This is saved for later. done the blue, and I want to go ahead and get my green tag out, tassels. So I'm going to go ahead and get it started. And I'm just going to use shades of green. There's several greens here, so I can use light and dark greens for this tassel. So that'll be pretty. And these will be nice little tassels that will go in, should go okay through the mail with too much trouble. Okay. And I'm just going to use a simple knot. And give it a little haircut. And we're going to use the frog. And I'm going to see if I can't fussy cut him out a little bit. A little Kermy. A little Kermy, Kermy, Kermy. That's it for that. And he's going to be in the forest. And here's going to be a gold bird. And then we get to pick out a fairy. And I want to use some of this in the background of our forest. So I want to do a little layer look. See what we got in here. These came out of a wallpaper book. I'm done. Oh, I need to do one more tassel for the back. And then I can put this thread away. Let's put this away here. Now, let's put this away. Get some of my desk back. You guys, are we doing okay, guys? Everybody doing okay? I'm creating, and we will be getting a button for the back. We will. This is going to be our forest. I never did use this piece. I liked this piece of paper, but it's a piece of wallpaper. But I'll save it for something else. That flower might look cute. I'll just fussy cut it out. It just goes with that gauze. You know, it might go up here. That'll work. That'll work. Okay, here's some more fairies down here. I might be able to use 2 or 3 of them on the bottom. Then I got this, or I could just use one big girl. Look at her. I think she's going to be the winner. Okay, read the chat. I'm sorry, Cheryl. Hi, Olga. 63 years old and have a grown daughter who are married and two grandsons, one 8 and the other one 5. I also have a beautiful granddaughter who is 10 months old. Welcome, Olga, to our craft room. We do mixed media in here, and we're a very friendly group. We're kind. Santa, I'm making these for the tag trade. Hi, Santa. Are you feeling better today? Are you doing okay? Let me know how you're feeling. She's been under the weather. Kendra's got 8 boxes of floss, just like Beth. I think I have an embroidery floss pattern problem. I keep my embroidery floss in bags, and then I sit in front of the TV and fill my box up. And I keep this one like a rainbows, and I just keep filling what I need. So yeah, okay, okay. I know. I know I have not been listening to chat. So, everybody, guys, thank you for being here and watching me create a couple of tags. I'm in the middle of a tag exchange, and they need to be in the mail by the weekend if you want to get them to me on time. I'm not saying you can't make any tags and be involved, but we're trading 4 tags, and they're approximately 3 by 6, and I have a few that I've already made, and I'm planning on giving everybody one of my tags. I can't not promise you which one you're going to get, but I sort of came up with these envelope tags by accident the other day, and so they're a hit. They're popular. So I'm trying to make up a few at a time, so I can at least some of you all will be able to get, uh, you know, one of my tags. I just don't know which one you're going to get. Um, but the tags can be any way you want to make them. They're your tags. They're your arting in your fashion. But the end of the month is a deadline. I'd like to have them by the end of the month because we've been working on them all month. And so if I extend it out any longer, it's not going to be fair to the first people. I've already received some. So it's not fair to the others that they have to wait forever for a tag exchange. So we will be doing another tag exchange later on. Um, I know that there's some health issues. Some people can't get to the post. I understand, and I will wait for them, and I will take. If I know that you're not going to be here on time, I will make arrangements for you. I'm really good about it. So, Olga, if you like to craft, we're in the right group. There's a bunch of us girls that we hang out a lot in some of the other groups, and there's several groups that we we go and watch. But we're good. We're a good, clean group of girls, mostly girls. There's a few guys, and we just like being together. I don't know what exactly if Cheryl had anything else. Did I do everything right, Cheryl? And I know you're all talking about things, and that's fine. Talk away. If you want to get my attention, please type in caps, and I can see the capitalizations better than the small. Uh, and I'll try to tend to you. I'm in the zone. I'm already in the zone. And I found a little fairy. I'm making a little fairy garden right now. And I fussy cutted her out. And I still want the frog. And we need to come up with a saying. These little fairies I got out of a wallpaper book, so I can use them at a later time. I think we've got the fairy that I want to use, so I'll save these for another day. And the tag book. Okay, let me show you my tag book. This is just something extra that I did just for myself, just because. Um, I'm getting caught up here, girls. Um, um, but we decided we were going to do this tag chain exchange, and so I made a tag book, and I am going to go ahead and glue this down real quick, and then we can think of something to say. He's going down and she's going down. She's going to stand on top of him in the tree with her little flower up there. And we can let her dry. And I'll show you the tag book. And these tags, they were accidents. An envelope fell on my desk from my craft shelf up here, and I said, that looks like it's about the right size. So we said 3.5 by 6 as a tag size, and I said I would give and take whatever you make, because some of the girls said that they had 5.5, and I said no problem. That's all right, no problem. So so anyway, when we found the envelope, we thought, oh, let's make a tag. And then I said, oh, we'll leave the bag open, and we can put surprises in there, for our participant, whoever receives this. So anyway, it evolved, and I think it's going to go like wildfire now. I think everybody's going to be making envelope tags. So we're having fun, and that is the number one rule in here when we do our art. The only rule that we have is that we're going to have lots of fun, and other than that, there's no other rules. No rules. Everything is free for all. So I'm gonna let that dry, and I'll show you my my tag book that I made for this exchange. There's oh, here we are. We got these other little words for my you shine. You're a shining star, or you shine. Either one of those two for that. But anyway, the tag book is, and see, I've already got my envelopes ready to send out to you guys when your tags start coming in. So this book was a book from the library, and I took it and I glued 3 or 4 pages together, and then I ripped out a chapter. I glued 3 or 4 pages together, and then I ripped out another chapter, or a bunch of pages. And I did this all through this book. I glued glued about 3 or 4 pages together. This was just a reading book, a novel. And I repurposed this book. Okay. It was a book that I got at a discard from the library. I paid 50 cents for it. You can get books in the Dollar Tree for $1 if you can't find a book that you want to tear up. Okay. This was a book that I had no fond feelings for whatsoever. Okay. So I made all of these chunky pages, and there's about 10 of them in here. And then I started gluing on the pages, and I would glue napkins, scrapbook paper, and I started putting pockets in. And I've been making this all month long, okay? For the whole month of August, I have been working on this book and tags for our tag exchange. And I said, everybody who wants to play can play. I just need 4 tags, and then I need them by the end of the month. And I said a month should be plenty of time for everybody to give me 4 tags. And my gift to you guys is you all will each receive one of my tags. And I have made tags all month long. Some of them are the envelope tags with closures and surprises inside, little tidbits, leftovers. It was just table scrap. And then I've got closures on these tags. And then I also made some other tags first. So I cannot guarantee which tag you will receive, but you will receive one that I made plus 3 more because you're sending me 4 tags. If you cannot make 4 tags and you just want to send me 1 or 2 tags, I will accommodate you. Okay, I will make sure that you get 2 back, and one of them will be mine for sure, because I think I've got it. I've got about 20 tags made up. I'm pushing to make a bunch of envelope tags, but I can't guarantee I'll have 20 of them made by the end of the month. But I can try. But I did make these other little tags up, and I demonstrate a lot of them online all month long. These have stickers on them, and I have and painty papers, and I stenciled, and I'm going to be putting some Nuvo on the 2 new tags that I made tonight. So, so this was my tag book, and I put a lot of layering pockets in there, and to put tags in. So when I receive your tags, I'm going to keep one, and I'm going to give you one of my tags. Now I made this tag from some leftover packaging. This somebody sent me this in some Happy Mail, and I made a tag. I used a paper towel from my kitchen. Okay, I had these tulips on the paper towels. I fussy cut them out and put them on the tag, and the tag was already polka dotted. And then I added words, and the tag had this lace on the bottom, and I added a couple more pieces of paper that I had and put a words on it. Okay, that's how I evolved with my tags. Put a little tassel on them, put a little bow on it, and I decorated the other side of this one. So this is a double-sided tag. So whoever gets this one will have a double-sided tag, and it's an odd size because I said 3 by 6 or thereabouts, right? So this tag was, I think, 4 by 5 instead of 3 by 6. So you still have the volume. It's just a little shorter and a little bit fatter. So, so if you cannot get them to me by the end of the month, just message me, and I will wait, and I will make sure that I save you enough tags to return. If I know that it's coming and it's not in my hands yet, then that's all I need to know is for you to tell me that it's going to be a little late. And I will accommodate and make sure I have tags for you. And since I made several different kind of tags, I could easily give you 2 of my tags. If something comes up that way, I will do that. I will make sure you get tags back, whether they're I want to be one for me and the rest from the other girls. Okay, that's what my goal is. But if something comes up and 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 it doesn't work out that way, you will get 4 tags back. Index cards are good to use. They're pre-stock, or you can buy the tags, or you can just cut them out of cardboard, or cut them out of cardstock paper. This was done out of paper, a piece of tan paper. It was Happy Mail. And that's all that is cardstock. And I layered it, 3 layers on here. There's a brown piece of layer, a blue piece of layer, and a piece of music. And that's what makes this tag thick, because it's got 3 layers. But I framed it in. Each layer goes in a quarter of an inch. I gave a nice video on this one when I made this one. So if you go back to all the videos that I did this month, I did 3 every week, and they're all for the month of August. There's a tag demo in that video that you can go look for. Here's a tag that I had some Happy Mail on. This is some cluster lace that somebody made, and some music paper. And then on this side, I've got a little bit of napkin, a little bit of sorry ribbon, some pretty paper, a beautiful word, some washi tape, and a button, to make this tag. And this is vibrant. So I have made lots of tags, and this is my tag book. If you have a book in your glue book, you could put corner pockets in your glue book, like this one here, and stick your tags in your glue book. If you want to do that, if you have a glue book. If you want to do a book like this and get a book and reconstruct it and make it hobo style, it's really, really hobo, and it's crunchy and chunky and goofy looking, and that's the way I made it because I wanted it that way. And I found, here's another tag that I made. You could put lace on it. I used a magazine. This was American Girl catalog, a free catalog of a little girl. Put her on there and gave her an ice cream cone and make her a tassel with a button, and cute as a button. It's cute. It's a cute little tag with you using things that you have in your room. You make your tag any way you want to. Here's the Blackberry tag. Somebody's going to get the Blackberry girl. The little Blackberry was given to me from Janet Nash. And she's a little fairy. And I've got a little bit of lace, a little bit of bling, sequences and flowers, and stickers. I got stickers on here. And then I will write on the back, Tag Swap 2000. And 2020 by me, and I sign it. And that's all you got to do for a tag. So there's lots of things that you can do, and that's why I've been making them online with you, so that you will be able to do what you want with your tag. This tag's got a few little beads on the end of the tassel. Added some beads. They're all different. They all have unique qualities on them. Hi, Susan. So, everybody, thanks for watching me and coming in tonight. That makes me happy to see 29 of y'all in here. That's very nice. Here's another tag I made. I put a card, a playing card. This was sent to me with some Happy Mail, and I put a little extra tag on there to my friend, because all of you all are my friends, right? So there's an extra one. I used some leather fringes on here. I gave away leather fringes earlier in the year, and so you can use some of your leather strips to make a tassel. Lots of different things. Stencils, stamping, and I've got a couple of tags I have to finish over here. But anyway, this is the tag book. You can make your own tag book, or you can use the books that you have and just add pockets to them. So this is the tag book. This is the tag book. So I will have lots of tags made up by the end of the month if I continue to make them during my stream. I think it's fun to do it with you guys. And that way, when you get one of these tags, you're going to say, oh, I watched her make that one, won't you? You all be saying, oh, I watched that one. So these are some of the tags that are going to be given away. So let's get back to our little fairy. Oopsie. And I need to put something sparkly here. And I want to get some ink out. I don't know if this is going to be dark enough. It's green. I think I'm going to go with a darker shade. Let's try orange, just for fun. Oh yes, here we go. There's a little bit of orange in the frog, so this'll make him pop. So I have some orange of this Nuvo. I'm going to get the orange out. So that gives it a little bit of interest. I just bought these Nuvos last week, so they're brand new, and I haven't got to use all of them yet, but I'm working on it. They are. I was inspired and enabled by Create with Becca. So if you don't know who she is, you need to go look her up on YouTube. Create with Becca, and she does good artwork like I do. She arts the way I like to art. She's my kind of girl. But this is called Nuvo Embellishment Mousse, if you're interested. So I am going to, and I forgot. I have bubbles. I could put this on the other tag. On the back maybe. I'll put it on the back. That'll look good on the back. And on this one, I've got some diamonds. So I use a palette knife, and this stuff is really soft, but it's like a mousse. It reminds me of the shaving cream type stuff. And I'm just going to put a little bit of that down. See how that works. Just to give it a little bit of interest. This is on the back side. Just for fun. Because we can. That's why. If you put a little extra in your work, and whoever receives this is going to say, that person really went out of her way to make this, and it's just so thoughtful, And then we get to put the little things inside inside. Let's see what we can find to put inside. I've got some more fairies. I'll put some fairies in there. Put some fairies. Might as well. Let's just put all those fairies in there. We're going to fairy this little girl up. She's going to be fairy loved. Very, very loved. Very fairy loved. And we might find something green or gardeny. We might find something pretty. We might find some uh, special painting papers that I made, and we can put some of these inside to show her, whoever receives this, some extra love. This was a file folder. It's a manila file folder, is what I made that painting paper on. And this is some wrapping paper. There's a pear and some apples. And we're just going to put that in our envelope too, to show our recipient how much we love her. We're going to let this dry here. I'm going to add a button right there. Going to add a button. And I think, hi, Abby. Hi, Abby. Where's your daddy? I'm going to put "You're a Shining Star" on one side. And then I've got "You Shine" for the front. How about that? And if I can find a star, I can put, and we can even put a couple of encouraging words in there. Why not? This is how I like to, I like to put words on my artwork. So this is cute. And I am going to look for a thin button. I'll use this one right here. Oh, that one looks green. We'll use this button right here. And I'm going to glue it down, and I'm going to raise it up. I want to raise it up a little bit, so when my string goes around it, it'll have a little bit of space. So I'm going to put a little piece of this gauze on the back of my button. And that's the only way I can describe what I'm trying to do. I could even sew this on. That would be good. I wonder if I could sew it. I think I can. But by putting that little bit of gauze underneath, I would have a little piece of thread on there. Not a big piece. But by raising it up, I'm going to leave a space there, so when I close it, this will go under the button for a closure. And I am going to try to sew it. So I've got to get a piece of thread. These things just take time. Everybody doing okay? Are you all with me? Hi, Sue. Hi, honey. Good night, Lisa. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Teresa. I will. Teresa says that these Nuvos dry out really bad, and you can't, when they dry, you ruin them, So it's important, and I've been using cellophane under the lids, and that helps. Now I have, put that on real quick. A piece of gauze folded up underneath my button, and I'm going to raise this up. So let's see if I can make a big, Actually, if I go down and then come back up, I can tie a knot. So, wish me luck. I got to make sure this needle will go through the button, and it will. Good. Okay, here we go. I'm going to go down from the top and go to the inside of my envelope. And I'm doing it without tearing anything, believe it or not. And then I'm going to come back up and try to catch that other hole. It's all right. We're getting there. There it is. And I've got a pretty good space in between. And I'm going to go back up to the top of my button. And now I can cut my needle, trim my needle off, and put that in my needle thing. And now I'm going to tie a knot in the middle of my button so that it doesn't come apart. So it's on there, okay? And now I can tie a bow, which I love to do. I love to tie bows on top of buttons. It's one of my trademarks. Just something extra to do. And when you have your two bunny ears there, if they're not too small, you can tie another knot with your bunny ears and make another knot on top. And that way your bunny ears won't come undone. Like that. So I've got a little bow on there, and I can trim my tails now. And if your bunny ears are too long, well, you can turn this into a tassel by cutting those. I think I'm going to do that this time. I've never done that for a while. So I'm going to take all of my knots. I'm going to cut the ends open, and then cut them to size. So it's going to look something like this. But I think I'm going to trim them again a little more. So I'm gathering all of the tassels. Just take your time and give them all another trim like a pom-pom. And I think that looks really cute. So now when I close my envelope, I can tuck the envelope and I can go around the button for my closure. And it'll stay shut. Just lightly. It's just for looks. So here's that. Now I'm not done. We're going to put You Shine right there. I think I will ink it with the orange. Ink it with the orange. Inking. And I got some more bling over here. I'm going to look for something orange to put on it over here. So I'm going to glue this down because it says You Shine. Isn't this cute? I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And I think I might be able to see, let's see what we got. There's a yellow flower that would be okay. If I had something like this And well, that might be okay, just using the pink one. Here's an orange sequence. If I did this one, that looks cute too. I was looking for an orange butterfly. I've got a green butterfly. That would be alright. I got a yellow flower. I like that one best. I think I'm just going to... Oh, I do have another one, a goldy one here. How about that? Okay, I'm going to go with that. With the butterfly. And I think it's done. There's our tag. Never give grandchildren your password. Cheryl, am I doing okay, Cheryl? Hi, Lori. Hi, everybody that I haven't said hi to. So these are going to go towards the our tag exchange. I made this one and I made this one. So I did put, I think I should put a little bit more of this orange stuff on the front. Or I can do some of the green and I can try green. Let's try the green. So we're just finishing up on some tags for our tag exchange. So if you have any questions, you can message me later. If you want to do the tag exchange, there won't be a problem. You just need to let me know so I know how many to hold back on for if you're going to be late. But I hate to say you can't play. I'm not going to say you can't play. So there's our closure on the back of this one, which is a button. And then the little tie-ties go around the button to hold it on like that. So that's cute. I like it. And on here, I'm going to use the little diamond one again. This one. And I'm going to use some green mousse. Just enough to give it a little interest. I think that did it. That made her pop. Okay, there's that one. Now on this one, I'm going to use some of the almond. I got an almond color, which is a kind of a white. And I think this goes on the back. You are a shining star. Yeah, if you want to do the tag trade, my deadline is the end of the month. If you can make them fast enough and get them to me by the end of the month, get them in the mail this week, you can play. I've got about 15 people playing, and I've only received one. I've only received one so far. I have about five already in the mail. They've told me theirs are in the mail so far. So I've still got several girls yet. I got about 10 more girls out there that need to get hopping. And I'm making mine online here with you guys. Yeah, Joy, if you want to do it, uh, whip them out, girl. Whip them out by the weekend. Of course, this is just August 13th. We still got, 15 more days before the end of the month. So, and we do have an extra day in this month. So that helps. So there's our little fairy tag. She's cute. And I'm just going to prop it up over here to dry. Oh my gosh, she is adorbs. And here's the beachy one. And I'm going to use my cream stencil through the holes. And I'm just going to do a few bubbles in the air. There's a few bubbles in the air. Oop, there's another saying. I can put it on the back. Um, I just got this Nuvo and I love it and it's fun and I'm just goofing off with it. And I know that usually the bubbles are under the sea, but we want them. We want a little something, something. We need a little something, something. Just like that. I think that's perfect. Just like that. I'm going to let this dry and I am going to put some more on the back side. So I'm going to dry this so I can flip it over. This is a mousse agent, and it's got something like maybe powder or baking soda in it to gives it texture, and it dries hard like texture paste. So this one's got a lot of texture on it. Love it. I love it. So as soon as this dries, I'm gonna put some more of these bubbles on the back side, and then I can also put this on here, and I will ink the edges. Escape to the beach. And then it's 9 o'clock. I could do this forever, guys. I love doing this. What do you all want to do next? We can do a glue page, or we could do it. We can paint a bird, or we can go rogue and do something else. Since I'm kind of off my schedule anyway. But I want to let this dry just a little bit more before I finish this. Tags. You love making tags too. You mean tags. I can read typish. That's Taiwanese. Beth, I love that you have the sequence on the back of your hand. Thank you. I'll put them back in the bucket. I've got lots of glitter around here too. So, oh, here's some more. Oh, we have three more of these beachy things. forgot, but now I remember. So we'll put these on the back too. Yeah, I'll have it all over my face when I go to bed. I wake up shiny. Uh, you think it was my mommy sending me a kiss? I hope so. Oh man. She was one of my biggest fans with my art. So it goes this way. I'm just going to glue this on the back. This is just a little extra to our recipient, our tag recipient. Don't know who's going to get it. You better send me your tags. I'll probably be sifting these out first, making sure everybody gets one, at least one of these first, and then I'll be using the other cute tags that I've made. I will. I will. So, yeah, I know she does. My mommy. Bling, bling, bling. That's right. Gotta have a little bit of bling. All right, now, I'm going to zigzag these. When I first, oh, there's some more stuff. Oh, I forgot the bird. Rabbit trail. I got to get the bird on there. Maybe she could be holding the bird. You want her holding the bird? Envelopes. Okay. Okay, Melissa. Do you want the little girl, the fairy, to hold the bird? That's right, Jersey. Rabbit trail. I hate delays. I know there's a delay in the doolally. Ooh, bonus. I'll just use it since I'm here. She's so cute with the birdie. Okay, putting the bird on. These are really cute, Cheryl or Teresa. Uh, Teresa sent me these little gold thingy dingies, and I love them. I am having the best time with them. All right, now we're done. She's got to be done now. But the little tassel was perfect for her because, too much is too much. Okay, we'll let this one dry. That one's finished. And I'm going to go ahead and zigzag um, but at the beginning of the stream. I talked about this. So if you haven't seen it, you can go back and watch the rerun. But I took strips of paper, and this is a cluster strip. We call it a cluster strip. And I learned how to do it yesterday online. And you glue strips of little types of papers all up and down the strip of paper. And then when you're done with this, you can sew on it. You can do anything you want to it. But I'm going to do a zigzag, And I'll be right back, and then I'll show you how we use these cluster strips. And they're to be put in your stash, and then when you need a little tiny paper cluster, you cut it off, and there you go. It's instant clusters, and so that you can have them at your fingertips. So let me plug in. My sewing machine is up. Just have to plug it in. Up and running it is. And it's a new thing that I just found out how to do. So I'm going to try to enable you girls to make you some cluster strips and see how it works. See how we do with it. I've got blue thread in it, and that'll be fine. It's already threaded and ready to go. Good. And I'm done. Here I come. So this is what a cluster strip looks like. You can continue to work on these by inking. You can continue to ink, and you can continue to maybe do a few stamps. And it doesn't have to be big stamps. It could be little stamps, a few little embellishments. And here's what I did. When I put my clusters together last night, I sat in front of the TV, and I had a bunch of different types of paper. I had different types of paper in my stash. Okay, so in my stash, I had some paper, some children's papers that out of a book, and I inked them in maroon. I had some page edges of some pages that were just the border of the pages, and I just tore them in little pieces to glue down. I had some ephemera that someone mailed me. This was a ledger. It's on ledger paper, like a ledger board recording type paper. And I cut that, tore them in strips, inked them in green. I've got some of the mulberry fabric that Candy gave me, and I just put some small pieces in here. I've got coloring book pages that my mother colored. She gave me all of her coloring books when she finished coloring. She didn't want the books anymore, and she gave them back to me to use in my art. So I tore up one of her pages, and I put them on this cluster strip. Dictionary pages inked in blue. A little bit of wax paper. Braille paper. If anybody needs any Braille, if you do not have any Braille, let me know. I've got plenty of Braille paper to share. This was a history book of some sort, and I just tore it up. You can use map paper. You can use, this is the index of the back of a book, the index, and I love tearing it in tiny strips like that to put on my strips of clusters. And it goes on and on. The funny pages are good. The funny pages are fun to use. You can ink it. You can splatter it. You can. I use some doll papers paper dolls. And this is how I made my clusters. I took a strip of hard paper. This is wallpaper or some kind of cardstock, something heavy. And then you just literally put a glue stick down and start adding these papers to your strip. Let the glue dry. Then you can take it to the sewing machine, just like I just did just now, and zigzagged. So these were made at the beginning of this video earlier tonight at 6:30. Okay? So you can go back and see how I did glue these down. It was no big deal. So I like the edges. I like the odd shape. And I learned this on a video last night. Some vintage girl. And anyway, it's simple to do. And she called them cluster rolls. And I think she was going to roll them up like a jelly roll, and store them this way, like a roll of tape. But I think for me, I think I'm going to leave them in strips like this and put them in a big baggie like this. And I think this is the way I'm going to store mine, in a baggie like this. I think that this would be cute to do as an exchange. Now, there is no right or wrong. Okay, there's no right or wrong on this. If you don't have a sewing machine, you don't have to sew. If you want to just wrap some thread around it while the glue is still wet, and just you could do anything you want with your snippets. You could put lace on it. You could put little pieces of thin fabric on this, and we could even get the size of an envelope, cut it off, and when you're ready to use your cluster, you cut it off, and this is what you get to use in your art, already made up. You can continue to add to it. You could put buttons on them and sequins and stickers, and you can continue to work on them with your stamps, and you can continue to stamp on them. So that was what I wanted to show you guys, how to make cluster strips. They're cluster strips. So you can take your ink stamps and continue to embellish your clusters, and they're ready to use. I used for fun. I put that on there just for fun. Now, the girls are talking about tomorrow night or tomorrow morning. Mary Altier is going to have an art hop, and she is starting at 6 a.m. in the morning Central Time. Is that when she's going to come on? She comes on at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, and change her name to etymology. It sounds like etymology, but it's hard not to smell. Lift each other up, but there's a paint plenty to bring us down. If you're around a soul like etymology, it's hard to not to smile. Thank you, Laura. Laura, thank you. I don't know what you're talking about, but thank you, honey. I love you. Yes, anything could be made for clusters. So you see, I continued to, stamp with inks, and you can splatter, you can still add paint, you can still the sky is the limit on these clusters. So this is just the first day of us making cluster. I'm going to be making more, and I'll make them. I'll do them every time I come on. I'll make a strip for fun, and we'll make a stash and see what we can do. Ooh, if if I can get 20 of these made up by the end of the month, I'll put one with your tags. Because this is how I'm going to send your tags back in. So if I can make up 20 of these, I'll put one in your tag envelope. I'll have to snip it off. I'll have to cut it off. Would that be fun? And if you're not in the tag trade, then you can let me know and I'll send you one in an envelope. I'll be nice. I am nice. I don't mind at all. So you see this is ready to be used and this is ready to be mailed. So I can do some of these. So just need to let me know. I'll do both. One for the tag people and one for the other people. And we will be doing another exchange next month. But I'm not going to talk about it today because I don't know what we're going to do. Okay, how many stamps? Melissa, I sent you an envelope in the mail Monday or Tuesday. So you will be getting an envelope from me for you to return your tags to me. And I put stamps on the envelope for you, Melissa. Melissa needs a little help a little bit sometimes, so we help Melissa. Jersey, what's your profile picture look like, Jersey? Is it a dandelion? One of those blow dandelion? It's a dandelion. Yes, Melissa, I've already mailed it to you, and I went ahead and mailed you tags. And I'd gotten one from a lady, so you got one of hers, and then I sent you 3 of my tags, Melissa. So she got one of those. She got one of these envelope tags. So I didn't have to mail twice. I went ahead and mailed them to you, Melissa, and a return envelope for me for you to put your tags in. And 4 girls or 3 girls will get your tags. So I think I'm up to par. Okay, so now I'm going to finish this one up. I want to put a little bit of bubbles on this side, and I'm going to use this mousse. Every time I think of mousse, I think of the hair mousse. I used to use it in my hair when I was younger. So I'm just going to put a few of these on this side. Give it a little shiny. So, yeah, we're going to be doing more of the cluster strips, as today was just an intro to it, and we will be doing more cluster strips. And that's the way what I'm calling them. So this moussey stuff is good stuff, and it dries hard with the texture. So it's got some kind of either powder in it, or some kind of I would say powder, chalk, or baking powder, baking soda, rather, something like that. And it so that when it dries, it has texture. So there's the back side and there's the front side, and this tag is done. And I think I put a few things in here. I need to put something else. Need to put something else. I did that. So, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just put some little goodies in here. There's a stamp. Put a stamp in there. Come on. Ooh, this would be good. It's a menu from a place called Blackbeard's. It's parody. It's a pirate. It's a pirate theme, beachy theme. She asked you a question above. Here it is. Beth, have you ever made paper or fabric rolled beads? Yes. Yes, I have. I've made paper beads, and I've made hobo beads with fabric. And I do know where they are. I do. I wanted to do hobo beads with you guys, and I just haven't got to that far yet. So there's enough in there now, and I'm going to have to let this dry some more. So there's 2 more tags, and they'll go in the tag book when it dries. So here's 2 clusters that we did. We could put the Nuvo up. Did you all tell me what you wanted to do? When I do hobo beads, I make my beads. They're either paper or fabric, and they're chunky. And then I add my beads to them, and I usually add wire, and it's either a dangle or some kind of a bracelet with the hobo beads. I make pottery beads too. Yes. Boho hobo. It's the same thing, isn't it, Janice? Boho hobo beads and jewelry and dangles. I will put that on my list to do. If you all are ready for hobo beads, I'm a beadaholic, and I would love to do hobo beads. Yes, I did pottery earlier this year, Lori, and I do have a box of pottery beads that I have made, and you make each one separately, so forth. Yes, and I can show them to you. I'll get my paper beads. Okay, okay. Well, uh, as soon as we get the tag exchange done, that would be a good time to start doing some beads. Let me put just a couple of these things away, and I'll get some of my beads out. I think I can do that. I can handle that. And I did make a beautiful little spot for my new moosies. I got them at my fingertips, just like that. Then put away. Lickety split. Easy peasy. So there's lots of things that you can do with clusters. We're going to do this again Saturday night. And they're clusters. So we will do some more of that. I'm going to put my glue brush in the water and my lid back on the glue, and we'll get some beads out and play. Put my words away. Everything's got a spot. So, okay, I was talking about the hop for tomorrow. The morning time hop stops at 6:30 Central AM, which is 7:30 Eastern. And then in the evening time, it's starting at 6 p.m. Central, 5 till, okay, it's 5:55 Central, and that would be 5 till 7 Eastern. And I'm on at 6:15 Central PM or 7:15 Eastern tomorrow night. I will be on at 7 o'clock. Just come on in. Mary's going to lead us off, and then I'm going to come on at 7:15. And she wants to. I'll get 45 minutes, and I'm going to be talking about organizational things in the art room, things that we can do to organize. And there's 5 girls in the morning and 5 girls in the evening. It should be a lot of fun. Mary is all excited about it, and she's wanting to do it once a month. If it goes real smooth, which I'm thinking it will, uh, we should have a grand old time doing it. Here is the lineup. Uh, Here is the lineup for tomorrow morning. Mary, Linda, Lori, Lucia, and Lizzie. And I think Lizzie has been replaced with Kathy Berg. Lizzie had some health issues with her husband. So Kathy's going to sub for her. And everybody's going to do something different about organizing things in your craft room, making things easier to keep, to use, and to store. Good ideas. So I would suggest you get up early, get your coffee, get you some pen and paper so you can take notes. Because there's going to be a lot of good ideas. And then we're going to do it again in the evening. And the evening schedule is Mary, Beth, Laura, Ann, Shelley, and then Mary at the end. And she's going to do whatever, and she'll probably be up all night. Thank you, Lori. So we will be on each of our own channels, okay? And somehow I'm going to get up in the morning and watch everybody else and learn how they are tapping onto the next person. Okay, I don't know how. I think we do a hashtag time for art. T is hashtag time for art. And just a second, and I'll tell you what to look for. hashtag time for art, live stream hop. Okay. So it's hashtag TIME, the number 4 ART, one word. Hashtag time for art, live stream hop. And then I'm going to have organizing stencil art, desk storage at your fingertips. But now I'm going to be on in the evening at 6 o'clock in the 7 o'clock in the evening. Melissa, I will be on at 7:15 in the evening. So anyway, Mary's organizing it and doing it all. Let me go get my beads. It's bead time. It's time for the beads. I found both beads. I've got them both. I got them both. These are the pottery beads and these are the paper beads. Now I did have another box that had all my hobo beads stuffed in it, and I can't find it. And the only thing I can think of is I must have tore it down and used the box for something else and put the hobo beads in something else. I don't remember. But I made these a while back. But I can show you some of my hobo beads are in here. I like to use scrapbook paper and wrapping paper. And these are paper beads made out of wrapping paper. And it was a busy floral piece of paper. And the collars, were just, I love the different little collars in it. So these are my beads. And when I make them, I'll show you how to make paper beads when I do the lessons. But I'm not going to tell you how to do paper beads tonight. But I have a roller, and it's just glue. It's all it is. And then you coat them on the outside with something hard, like a varnish. And so that's some of my paper beads. Here's some bigger beads, and they're paper beads, and it's scrapbooking paper, so it's thicker paper. So when I glued them and I added the varnish, I added a little bit of glitter in a bowl and rolled them around. And so, that's how I got the glitter on them. And the black wrapping paper was fun. This was like a over the hill wrapping paper. And so it was fun. I like the colors on it. And there's lots of things that you can do with your beads. If you don't like the white showing at the end, you can put your eyelets in the ends of these. I don't see any in, but these little tiny eyelets that I get with my kit, you can take and I know I have glue all over my fingers, but you take this little eyelet and add a little bit of glue to the end of your bead, and then this will go into the end of the bead, and it makes it a metal, a metal embellishment. Okay. And you can do things like that. Also, on the bigger beads, then you would use the bigger eyelets, and it makes your bead more. It makes your bead heavier. It makes your bead more, to me, more valuable. It really adds a lot to your bead when you add findings to it. The more you do to your beads, the better they look. This is a particular bead that I made out of tieback. And when I get into my beads, when I make the hobo boho beads, I will show you how to do tieback beads. And tieback is that envelope that you see a lot in the mail, and it's got strings in it and plastic, and you can't tear it. Uh, and it's called tieback. You can order tieback materials. There was a time when I watched girls do this tieback technique, and Parrish, um, the lady that her last name is Parrish. Um, Her name escapes me right now, but she would order the roll of this tieback product, and it's from construction workers type material, and this tieback melts. And when you make your bead, then you take a candle to it, and you burn it and melt it and squish it, and you Patty Tully Parrish, thank you, and you do lots of things with your tieback beads. And I like the gluing method, and I like adding string to my beads. This is just embroidery thread. I like adding wire to my beads, um, and adding other beads out of my. I'm like I said, I'm a beadaholic, and but you can get some of this gardening wire from the gardening department in any of your stores. You can buy it in just about there's colors, there's green, and there's white, silver rather, and you can buy this floor wire, and it's real thin. And so you can take and I will use this. I will be using this when I do my hobo beads, boho beads. But you put this in inside the wire, and you add uh, and you twist it around the bead in a spiral format, and you add beads to the end of your wire. So you got seed beads wrapped around the big bead. Okay, we will be doing this. I will be teaching you all how to do that. It's kind of like there's no rules. You just do it, do what makes you happy. You just do it till it makes you happy. And then the wire, I continue to make the bracelet on this wire, and then I go back and through the beads several times to make it thick and strong, and then I wrap that wire around my wrist, and that's my bracelet. I mean, it's real hobo. So we will be using the wiring, and uh, we will be learning how to do all of that. Okay. So, but the wire, I love the wire with the other beads added on. So anyway, these are my paper beads, and I can also incorporate. And I like using the glass beads when I do the hobo jewelry with the paper, because the glass blings it up and then enriches your artwork, because it's a piece of art when you make a hobo bracelet. And you can do dangles, and you can do other little things. You can do chain pulls and things for your lights and things. So here are my pottery beads. And again, all of these beads were made one by one by hand. And these are some of the things that I just love to do. And I did a pottery unit for 2 months, for the month of February and March earlier this year. January, I did felting. And February and March, I did pottery. Just about every single video that I did in those 2 months had pottery involved, whether it was painting it, whether it was rolling it out here in front of you, whether it was using the cookie cutters. Uh, and then I talked a lot about how to do pottery. And yes, you have to have an oven, a kiln. The kiln oven is a very, very high heat oven that I have in my garage. And it's not for the beginner. It's for the experienced person. It's not for the beginner. And they're very expensive. But Joe bought me a wheel, 20 years ago. He bought me a wheel. And I said, wow, I got a pottery wheel. Let me get some clay. Found some clay. Started making some things. And then I had a girlfriend that said, Beth, my mom used to do ceramics. And, she's gone. And I've got it in my basement, and they passed it around to 3 houses. She says, I'm not moving it again. Do you want it? And I said, yes, ma'am. So I took her pottery kiln, and I had to buy parts for it and get it working again and all that jazz. And it works, and it's fine, and I still have it. So it's an expensive oven, but I certainly got my money's worth out of it for sure. So anyway, I did pottery earlier, and we made a few things, and then I even donated some angels to the disabled auction thing. And so she's had some of it. And I think I made her angels. I don't know if I got any angels in here or not. I gave them all to her. But I had this little cookie cutter, and it was of an angel. And she was going to give my angels away to the people who donated to the cause. And so that was going to be a gift for the people who, donate, because it was all by donations is how they work. Okay. When I did 2 months of pottery lessons, I did talk about that in all of those videos. But I have a little tree. It's a little block it's a stilt. I have these. It's a I can make my stilts, and you can buy them as well. But it had all these little holes in it for high temperature wire. The high temperature wire will withstand a high temp of heat. And I could put these on the end of the wire and let them dangle. I had a place for them to dangle so they wouldn't touch each other. I also learned that I could lay them on my shelf. I have like 10 shelves to go into my oven, and then I stack stilts, so that they don't touch each other. So I can lay a layer, put another shelf, add some uh, legs in there so that I can add another layer, and I kept layering my things up in my oven that way. Because when you fire your oven, you don't fire it up for just one bead. You fire it up for a load. and and because it's high heat, it costs it probably costs about $10, to run the oven for 4 hours. But 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 the thing about pottery is you have to do it twice. The first time is bisque, and then the second time is ceramic. So so you have to fire the clay once for it to become bisque. Then you paint these things, and you put them back in the oven for the second firing. And the first firing is 6. I think it's 4 hours, and the second firing is 6 hours. And you paint it with this particular paint. It's called glaze, and it's liquid glass is what you're painting this with, and it comes out. It's real light, powdery uh, pastel when it's on here, but then after it fires up, it melts. It's glass, and it turns it to a glass bead, and that's what makes a ceramic. So anyway, I've learned. I'm a self-taught potter, and I've always loved it growing up, and it's just something that I do, and I learned it, and I have shared everything that I could possibly share with you guys to explain how it all works. And there's lots of questions, and everybody loves pottery. Everybody loves pottery. So anyway, when I do my hobo boho beads and blings that we're going to be making, I'm going to be incorporating my pottery beads with those paper beads. And you can use charms. I've got a lot of charms. There's just lots of things you can do with your art. And the chat is just flying here. You made glass beads, but never clay. Okay, I do have a glass bead kit. Bought it about 15 years ago from Hobby Lobby. Used my 40% coupon. Got it half price. It was $100 kit, and it had all the little glass rods in it. And then I bought me a torch, a flame torch that you could attach to the table and turn it on and off and all this stuff. And I've never done it because I am chicken. I am so chicken to do that, and I don't know why. Because I guess I'm afraid of the fire. Yes, back up home, we were raised with a pilgrim glass and Blinko glass, really close to where I was raised. And Pilgrim glass was in my town, and Blinko glass was in the next town. And so I've seen a lot of glass blowers, and I used to have a lot of blown glass in my possession, but it was just part of everyday life. I never did really collect it. I just, yeah, I know, I've seen it. So anyway, but um, but anyway, I do have a glass blowing kit, a glass kit, and you do everything on a stick and everything. And I've got I got everything to go with it. But I've never done it. But with the pottery, I've watched all kinds of videos. I've read every book the library has. Um, there's a lot of videos of girls that make pottery and sell pottery. I do it for my own enjoyment. And oh, you went to a folk school. I bet that was cool. Um, I mean, I'm sure you've seen everything folky art, that from spinning and wool. And see, I've done the wool thing too. With January was my felting month, and I did everything to do with felting on in January of this month. Suzanne wants us to do the glass. Well, I think Hobby Lobby still sells them. Yeah. I'd hate to say what my kit looks like right now. It's up on the top shelf, and every one of the rod glasses are probably broke. Yeah, I bet they do. See, we had arts and craft shows up home where I live. I'm from West Virginia, so there was always arts and crafts in my area, and we would have uh, craft fairs at the civic centers and stuff. And it was people come from all over to show their homemade stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's fun. That's always a lot of fun. But when I started doing the pottery, it's endless. It is endless of what you can do with your pottery. Your clay never goes bad. The clay never goes bad. Um, I got a bunch of clay from a museum before I came down here. I bought 100 pounds of clay, and the clays come in 25-pound bags. There's 2 bags in a box, so they're 50-pound boxes. And I might have bought more than 100. No, I bought more than 100. I probably bought $200 worth of clay down here because I didn't want to get down here and not have access to my supplies. And I got my supplies at wholesale cost because it was from a museum and it was a nonprofit organization. And they bought their clay by the truckload. And she says, I'll sell you all the clay you want, honey. She says, you just come up here and get it. So I took a dually up there and loaded the dually up and hauled it out to the car. About gave me a heart attack lifting them boxes up to put in my car. I thought I was going to die. I really did. Whew. But anyway, I got all the clay down here with me, and I've used quite a bit of it since I've been down here. And but it never goes bad. You treat your clay, and I do treat my clay with a little bit of bleach, and I rewrap it, and then that way, if there's any bacteria in the bag or anything, it can't mold. The bad thing about clay, if it molds, it doesn't hurt it. You can still use the clay. It will not harm the clay if it's moldy because it's just dirt. It's just dirt. So the mold burns off in the oven. So the mold, or if there's any mold in your clay, don't worry about it. It will burn off. But it smells. And I didn't want any of my clay to mold. So I opened up every single bag and I swabbed it with a thing of bleach. I put a cap of bleach in each one of the bags, and then I tied them back up and put them back in the boxes. And my clay is fine. And if it ever dries out, all you gotta do is add a cup of water to it and tie it back up, and it'll be soft the next day. So yeah, so these are some of my beads, and I like to use cookie cutters. And I made a bell. Oh, let me show you my bell. You'd love to see my bell. Teresa made me an ornament cover for one of my Christmas ornaments. And I said, well, it's going to go on a bell. I want it on a bell. I want it all year long. And I didn't just want to hang it on the tree and forget about it. So I took and made a bell online. And it was February or March. And I made this bell online. And I did it in shades of blue because that's my favorite. And this is the coverlet that Teresa made me. And it has blue beads in this thing, believe it or not. And I might add a little bit of green to the tie. That'll probably help. And and then these butterflies hang down from the end. There's 3 butterflies. And then uh, Suzanne sent me the sari ribbon, and I snipped all the blue part of the sari ribbon off. It was rainbow, and so it hangs up. And I was going to hang it in the kitchen, but it hasn't made it past my craft door room door. Oh, Suzanne. What am I going to do with you, girl? We just have to be patient, Suzanne. I've got you on my list. I do. You are in my heart, honey, forever. So, so anyway, uh, one of my goals, of course, was to have my own pottery shop or pottery room. And at home, before we moved down here, I did. It was off of the garage and it was nice and cool. It was great to work in. And I had a picnic table in there that I worked on, and I had a great big counter. I had 2 countertops, and I had the whole room set up. I can do anything I wanted to do in my room, my pottery room. I had, it's like an assembly line when you do pottery because you just don't do one thing at a time. Everything is in a cycle. When you make something, you have raw clay. So you make something out of the raw clay, and it becomes a piece of work. Well, then you have to let this dry, okay? And the thicker it is, the longer it takes to dry, okay? If it's a bowl, if it's something big, a pot, something small, it won't take as long to dry. But it has to air dry, and a cup or a bowl, depending on where you live and how much humidity you have and all that jazz, it takes approximately 2 weeks for something to dry to be safe. If you want it to go through the oven without breaking and you want a sure piece, you wait 2 weeks. So you have a shelf for things to dry for 2 weeks. And then you have another shelf that you've already baked stuff in, and it becomes bisque. So you have a wet shelf, a bisque shelf, and then you have um, a glass shelf ready to be fired the second time. So once this is baked the first time, then you get to paint it with the blues, and then you get to bake it for the second time. So you've got four shelves rotating at all times when you're doing your pottery. So it's easy to have a shelf for each item. Then you don't have to worry about, well, what stage is this in? Is this been fired once, or is this is this you know so you learn the stages. So I was getting a shelf out there to do that with, and the shelf came in here, and I have it in here now. So I didn't get my shelf out there. So I needed it in here first. So, but anyway, it's a process. It's all a process. And for each piece, regardless of how big it is, you have to pick it up about 15 times before it's completely finished. From beginning of raw clay to very end of the second firing, because you have to put them in the oven, and then you have to take them out of the oven. Then you have to pick them up to paint them, put them down to dry. Then you have to pick them up from drying to put them back in the oven. And then you have to do the second firing, and then you have to do one more thing and take them back out of the oven. And then you distribute it. Put it where you're going to put it. Finish it up. So it's a long lot of steps, but it's fun and it's enjoyable. It's easy once you get it down. And I learned it all myself. I learned it all online and watching other videos and reading on it and going around the craft shops and craft shows and watching people do it. Well, it's not hard. And at first I wrote them down. I wrote them all down. But you just have an assembly line going, and you got to take care of your clay. Then, if you have anything that's recyclable, there is no waste to clay. If it has not been baked, you can recycle that clay. So you put it in a bucket of water, and then you have your white clay, and then you have your dark clay. So you have two different buckets, one for the light and one for the dark. And then there's all other techniques that you can do. You can marble your clay with light and dark clays. And it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. There's just endless of craft ideas you can do with your clay. And there's different types of clay. There's low firing clay and high firing clay. And there's different types of paints, and there's different types of glazes. You can get into making your own glazes, and that's another world. I do not want to get into that right now. I stick and I buy my glaze. I buy the low firing temp. I stick to food safe glaze. There's tons and tons and tons of stuff. It goes on and on. But it is a craft. It is a craft that I have learned, and I think I am I'm not. I don't know if I'm an expert, but I am an experience. And then you get into Roku firing, and I would love to try Roku. And Roku is a Japanese style of firing, and it is a hot fire, and it's done in the ground outside. would love to do that. And they don't use glazes, they use chemicals to make the colors on their Roku. Roku is a chemical reaction, and you get different shades. You use metal things, you use copper wire, you can use different types of grasses and plant materials to get colors and designs, and then you can throw salt in on it and it makes another color. It's just so much fun to watch Roku, but you just need to watch it on YouTube. Yeah, there's stoneware, and then there's fine china, and then there's porcelain, and then you get ceramics. And a lot of the women back in the 70s and 80s, and women and men, they would take the liquid porcelain and pour it into the molds and make their own molds. I had 30 or 40 molds given to me, and I had to put them all in the trash because I couldn't take them. I didn't want them. They were like 1776 stuff, and I mean, but nobody wanted them. I couldn't give them away, so I had to let them go to the dump. Tons and tons of ceramic molds, and that, but that's another branch of pottery that I was not in. I had to pick and choose my battle, and my battle was to do small items with my hands, and do small pots, and do small vases and things in in things that I wanted to do. I'm trying to get to a flower pot here. I hate to do this, but let me move the bell. This is kind of a pencil holder, and this is one of my pots. This is one of my pots. And I did this on the pottery wheel. On the pottery wheel. And nope, I didn't sign it. I didn't sign it. But uh, I've got several bowls and things like this around my house. I love it. I absolutely. And mom had this one. I gave this one to mom, and she had it sitting in the living room with pens and pencils in it, just like this. And so I went through all of her pens and pencils and cleaned them up, and did all kinds of stuff, and I ended up bringing it back here home here, and I've been putting pens and pencils in it ever since. So it's a catch-all. But we got to have catch-alls. We got to have catch-alls. So, but I love pottery. I love doing it, and I love throwing it. And I have a place in my garage, and I've been trying to work with Joe to get my garage cleaned up and cleaned out. I don't want to go out into the garage and it's full. The garage is full. And I wanted the garage cleaned out so that I could have my pottery area. And I've got in my pottery area, I've got a big old kitchen table out there that sits, it probably sits 8 people. It's a big kitchen table. And there's another table that is um, that I told Joe to cut the legs off about 2 inches. So it's a nesting table, and it goes right underneath that other table, and it sits 6 people. So I've got 2 tables out there. All I have to do is pull one out from the other, and I've got plenty of areas for people to sit around. I would love to have half a dozen people out there around those tables, and us out there playing with clay. That would be so fun. And do mini classes or something. So, but And I've got room for my wheel, and I've got room for my oven, and it's all in the back of the garage. But the front of the garage is so piled high, it goes up to the ceiling. And I just can't handle that. And I told Joe, I said the old furniture's got to go. All that stuff's got to go. And we've cleaned it out once, but it's junked back up. It's junked back up. It doesn't take long to junk it back up. He brings stuff home and it's back piled back up. So I had to give up on the getting the garage fixed up. I know. I tell you, each and every one of you guys would be right here in my craft room. I probably got enough space for 4 people to sit and do your own thing. I love it. I love it. I'm using a spare bedroom for my craft room. So, but anyway, there's my beads. There's my uh, paper beads. There's my bell, and it's 10:15, girls. We didn't get to paint tonight. Didn't get to paint, but we certainly have had a nice chit chat. Oh, I know it, guys. I know it. Joe said something to me last week. Of course, I'm not going to hold my breath, but he said something about traveling, and he wants to travel because I told him, I said, now, I was down here taking care of my mom, and I said if you want to do anything, if you want to go anywhere, something, let me know. I said let's now's the time to do it before we get too old. So he's talking about he wants to go out west, and he's got an uncle in California. So I'm pretty sure that's who he wants to go see. He wants to go to Ventura, and so uh, so we might do some traveling around. So if that's the case, I have to learn how to do videos on my phone because whatever I do, wherever I go, I'm going to have internet on my phone. Sue's going to make beds. See y'all, she's going to bed, I guess. Right, exactly. We can't travel right this second. But if we do, he'll have to get an RV. There you go, Lori, and I will. I will. I can. I've got everything I need. I can do that. Good night, Teresa. I'm getting ready to quit too. It's late. We can talk all night, couldn't we? I could art all night, and I've got my days and nights all mixed up. So I will. I've been going to bed about midnight, and I'm sleeping till about 2 o'clock. Last night I slept till 4 o'clock, and then I stay up till about 7, and then I sleep until about noon. And that's been working out pretty good. So I'm rolling forward with my sleeps. So if I can continue to sleep at night and get up at if I could get up at 7, but I'm catnapping and I'm sleeping for 3 or 4 hours and I'm waking up. And so that's what my body's doing. It's not sleeping for the 8 hours. So then it wants a nap, in the afternoon. So I'm trying to get my sleep better. And it's all with this pandemic. I don't, and then of course Mama died, and I don't have any reason to get up in the mornings. I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have to get up and take her to the doctors or get up and take her to the Walmart or anything. Oh, Cheryl did a poem. Well, let me go back and find it, Cheryl. Thank you, Cheryl. Cheryl's my poet. I'm looking. I know I hadn't been paying too much attention to the chat. Was it before the pottery? I'm a looking. I'm a looking. I look for your little doolally. Laura, Deborah, Suzanne. Good idea, Sue. I'm back. I've gone back quite a bit. Okay, Cheryl, I have a special request. If you would message it to me, I would love you forever, and I'll write it down. Don't I haven't found it. Haven't found it yet, Cheryl. I'm gone back to the hop. So anyway, I will be on tomorrow night at about 7 o'clock. Between 7 and 7:15 on my channel tomorrow night, right here. And I'm going to be on for 45 minutes. Oh my gosh, I better get my timer out. You know me. I got my timer out so I can time myself. Uh, I've gone back quite a fur piece. And Olga, thanks for coming in, our newest member. If you join my Facebook group, you can post your crafts on my group. It's a closed group, so we're safe, and we just it's just for Essence. Where are you? Where do you live, Olga? Okay, I'll try to find it, Cheryl. I'm sorry. If you guys are talented enough to write it, Arlington, Texas, will welcome to our show. All right. Lisa, that was here earlier tonight, she was from Amarillo, Amarillo, Texas. Is that right? Amarillo? That's not right. So, guys, it's getting late. So I stream, Olga. I stream on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 6:30 Eastern. At 6:30 on Eastern. And thank you, Janet. I got some fine girls in here helping me out. I tell you, I couldn't do it without you guys. I just want to do my art. I don't want to do all that stuff. It takes many a crew to run a good ship. Amarillo. Thank you, Joy. I'm not a speller or a English person for sure, but I do like to craft. I like mixed media. So yes, it is. It's Spanish for yellow. So thank you guys. Thank you, hon. You guys are great. Had a great group tonight. Had a lot of fun. So let me show you what we did. We did a couple of tags. These are not really cute. We did these tags. We did cluster strips. We're learning how to do cluster strips. I'm going to be making these for a little while. Uh, what else? did I do tonight? You mean to tell me I haven't done anything all night? I guess not. I didn't glue. I didn't make it. I made 2 tags. Are you serious? Is that all I did? I don't think I did anything else. It was show and tell night. That's right. We have to have those every now and then. We went rogue. Well, I should have just stuck with the 1 tag, and then I would have been on my schedule and I would have painted something. Okay, Olga. Good night, honey. And good night, everybody. Thank you for helping and playing and goofing off with me. It makes it a lot funner when I have people to do it with. We're talking down the rabbit trail. What? No painting? No painting tonight. And my battery just came on. My gosh. I knocked the. No, it should be on there. Nope. I'm going to have Joe revamp my hookups. This does not work when it's not plugged in. So my battery just came on, so it's going down. So guys, I will see you tomorrow night. I will be here at 7:15 and 6:15 Central. And if you're up in the morning, catch Mary in the morning, and we'll do the art hop. And I will see you guys tomorrow. So you guys have a good evening. Good night. It was very fun. Oh, we did this. We did this.